All right. All right. We're back for day 13 of the Karen Reed trial. And I know yesterday I said, tomorrow we're going to start at our regular time. And here I am an hour late again. Uh, Apparently, in my delirium last night, my extremely exhausted state, I was seeing double when I set my alarm, so I set it for 1 a.m. instead of 11 a.m., seeing double. So, yeah, it's just a good thing I woke up naturally a little later than I meant to. Um, Evidently, I need David Yannetti to teach me how to use the clock and alarm on my phone. Of course, me not having an iPhone, maybe he's not an expert, so, whatever. But Vince, good to see you. 3 cents. Linz, Tequila Mockingbird, good to see you as well. I don't know. I don't know if she's cosplaying as Sister Act today. I haven't seen anything yet. Of course, the few screenshots I have seen getting ready, she has the crazy eyes, but she's had that a few times, but maybe not as pronounced. But so quick recap, and then we'll discuss a little article someone posted in Discord. But so yesterday, frankly the biggest witnesses. So Judy, good to see you. So it's you fell asleep for most of today's hearing. Good to know. That's kind of something we're going to talk about tangentially. But so yesterday we heard from those in the car in Julie can't remember her name, but the friend, Brian Jr.'s friend, little Brian's friend, and Pat's Cats, good to see you. So we heard from her brother and the other two passengers in the car. Julie Nagel, thank you, Painted Brian, or Painted Bronco, and good to see you as well. So they weren't super exciting. Other than they saw a woman driving, and as they were pulling up to the house but not pulling away, they saw a man in the passenger seat and never saw him get out. So that was really the extent of their testimony. Then we got Allie McCabe, Jen McCabe's daughter, talking about picking up Colin Albert from Brian Albert's home. Their text confirmed she picked him up about 12:10 a.m. And then we heard from the direct exam of Colin Albert. And they were all consistent. And of course, Yannetti tried with Allie McCabe bringing in Life 360 family app crap that she's like, what the hell are you even talking about? I've never seen this before. That doesn't match anything I did. Where did you get these records? It was, if these are the actual records, that app is spurting out. I don't know. The biggest bombshell was Yannetti opened the door with Allie McCabe. So you never provided these screenshots at any time until 6 months ago? What changed? Well, we started getting harassed. So he opened the door through his stupid line of questioning, and there you go. And the lesser charge is the DUI manslaughter, and then there's the leaving the scene of an accident or leaving the scene of a, death or whatever. So there are lesser charges. It's not all in on murder too, all or nothing. So Kova, good to see you as well. And so and that's it, Judy. As I fully think, at this point, my belief is that prosecutor Lawley, realizing it's a trial within a trial, it's Shakespearean, it's Hamlet. He's doing the sub trial first. He's disproving the conspiracy theory, which I think he's done a very good job of. Because I'm even more convinced that the Alberts and McCabes didn't do it. And then he'll get to proving guilt, assuming he does prove guilt. So we don't know yet. And JT Davis, good to see you. So, yesterday we had a character called White Paint come in here and insult everyone and spam turtles, and I banned him. And that may or may not have been Turtle Boy. I don't know. Frankly, I don't care. But one of his insults to me was, well, you're just, number one, better lawyers than you have, blah, blah, blah. And, you're just boring. Otherwise, you'd have more than 20 viewers in here. And the thing is, I used the analogy discussing trials with my parents last week. And I said, trial is like, and Judy, it might have been the manlet himself. So a trial is like an airplane, flying on an airplane. If Salt Lake, we have a direct flight to Paris. It's, 10 hours, I think. And in general, that's 9 hours and 50 some minutes of extreme boredom, bookended by a minute and a half on each side of, oh shit, we're all going to die excitement from the takeoff and landing. The rest, so long as you don't get extreme turbulence, is boring. And that's what trials are like. Trials aren't exciting. They're boring, mostly. And the reality is, you get a few moments like, let's say with Allie McCabe yesterday, of, oh shit, they really went there. But the rest is, watching a 6-month-old movie on the headrest in front of you. It's just boring. And the thing is, Turtle Boy and his ilk are trying to make it exciting nonstop by, allegations and innuendo and personal attacks and all kinds of nonsense. And sure, that's going to draw in a crowd. I'm here, hopefully, I entertain, but it's more watching the trial and explaining it. It's education. Education is a lot less exciting than confrontation. And I'm okay with that. In fact, I sleep a lot better at night doing that because I'm not a piece of shit. And so someone finally, before getting into the trial itself, I'm going to waffle on a little bit more. So someone posted in the Masshole Discord a blog article written by Kevin Mahoney, good Boston Irish name, from the Mahoney Trial and Litigation Group. He's a criminal defense lawyer in Boston. And his blog, I've got it pulled up on my phone because I didn't want to sign into Discord on this computer and look for it. But Karen Reed trial, wild conspiracy theory is a dud. And the subheading, defense makes almost no sense, except on social media. So once again, this is Kevin Mahoney, Karen Reed trial, wild conspiracy theory is a dud, on the Mahoney Trial and Litigation Group website. And it starts, the trial of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed unfolding in the Dedham Superior Court in no way resembles the coverage of the trial on Twitter. In the Twitterverse, the defense lawyers are taking a scalpel to every Commonwealth witness and gouging gaping holes in the prosecution's case with a hammer claw. In the actual courtroom, the defense is desperately, embarrassingly flailing away at every witness, each one, according to the defense, willingly conspiring to frame Karen Reed for reasons never explained. This wide-ranging conspiracy, at last count, numbered 18 individuals who all testified for the prosecution, including paramedics, police officers, the Alberts, and various friends of the Alberts. While I rarely side with the prosecution and do my best to describe courtroom proceedings in a professional manner, this conspiracy theory is batshit crazy. Worse, it just might work, and the murderess, Karen Reed, will walk away unscathed. She, apparently, understood that a horde of sociopaths, sycophants, and groupies endlessly banging out posts on social media platforms would shape the opinion of the public, as well as that of jurors who, despite the judge's repeated admonitions, venture into the social media wilderness to investigate matters on their own in Karen's favor. Then he posts a screenshot of Turtle Boy's Twitter asking, who is the bigger piece of shit, Julie Nagel or Katie McLaughlin, as a poll. So by far, the number one peddler of the half-baked conspiracy is Turtle Boy. He has amassed a whopping 60,000 followers on Twitter. His coverage of the trial is vicious, mean-spirited, and unscrupulous. Paramedics, like Katie McLaughlin, who tried to save the life of John O'Keefe, trashed. John O'Keefe's family, including his grieving mother, trashed. Detectives who collected evidence during a blizzard, trashed. He knows his audience and feeds them a daily diatribe of falsehoods, innuendo, and rubbish, and watches his popularity and influence skyrocket. In contrast, Kevin Lenahan of Yellow Cottage Tales, who provides sober, insightful coverage of the trial, has fewer than 2,000 followers on Twitter. So, in the interest of, getting to the trial, I'm going to skip to the very last paragraph. Most criminal defense lawyers are decent people. We represent our clients aggressively, but refrain from inflicting unnecessary collateral damage. For the Karen Reed defense team, inflicting collateral damage seems to be the point. During the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, Karen Reed plowed her Lexus into John O'Keefe and, through her proxies in court and on social media, she has been running over innocent folks ever since. So, I really liked this blog article by Kevin Mahoney Trial and Litigation Group in Boston, because he speaks the truth. And, as he said, he rarely sides with the prosecution. He's a defense lawyer. I'm a defense lawyer. But bullshit is bullshit. Sensationalism is sensationalism. As he described Yellow Cottage Tales, sober, insightful analysis, describing the rules and, maybe chasing a few squirrels because, squirrel. It doesn't draw the paint lickers and morons and, the, oh, I must be entertained every second of the day, but it's what I'd rather do. It's what I'd rather do. So, but yeah. So, BB, good to see you. Alan Killian, good to see you. And what's funny though is, Emily Baker is, from my understanding, I haven't watched anyone else's coverage of this because I don't want to be influenced by them. But Emily, a former prosecutor, is, more critical of the prosecution. Me, a defense lawyer, I'm hypercritical of the defense because they're scumbags. But and Alan, I'll be honest, I wish I had more viewers. It would be nice. But I'm not going to complain about the 20 I have now. Well, I get more than 20, but concurrent live. Because it's fun. There's something to be said for having, 20, 30, 40 people in here, where I can talk to each one of you. Emily with 30,000 live viewers, she can't have a conversation with any of them. So, would I like to have her 30,000 viewers? Absolutely. But I'm not going to complain about this either because, it's not as nice for my pocketbook as Emily's 30,000 viewers are for hers. But I'm having fun. I'm enjoying the company I have. So why would I complain? And the thing is, Judy, based on what I've seen in court, I wouldn't either. But we still have 3 or 4 more weeks of prosecution witnesses. So, based on what we've seen in court, or we haven't seen everything in court, I should say. So, I really do think at this moment we'd be further into the trial. Well, we'd have evidence of her guilt at this point had the defense not gone off the deep end 6 months ago with its conspiracy theory, because instead she's the prosecution is trying to disprove the conspiracy theory first, get everyone in, even if they don't have any actual evidence. And once that's done, get the actual incriminating evidence in. So, based on what she's seen it, based on what I've seen in court, I absolutely would not have taken this case to trial. And when she says she wouldn't have taken this case to trial, I assume she's talking as the prosecutor, as opposed to the defense attorneys advising their client to plead guilty, take the plea deal. But once again, I haven't seen all the evidence. I've only seen what's come out in the trial. So I would assume there's a lot more. And that's That's what a good prosecutor does, Kova. If they don't think they can prove it at trial, they shouldn't take it to trial. The prosecutors know they have to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. So if they don't think they have the evidence, they shouldn't take it to trial. Now, it may be a shaky case that they may think they have the evidence, but it could go either way. You still take that one to trial. But if you know you don't have what it takes, you don't take it because, you know, too many lawyers, frankly, but especially prosecutors, it's, I want 100% win rate, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to win, no matter what. And it's like, that's a terrible, 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 absolutely atrocious view to take. I think the prosecution and the defense should seek justice. And what justice is kind of a nebulous concept, but I think it's what both sides should try to achieve. And as a defense attorney, I think justice is, number one, ensuring my client has a zealous defense, zealous advocacy. And number two, that they get a fair result. And sometimes that fair result is a guilty verdict. But with zealous advocacy, that guilty verdict may not result in as severe a punishment, as severe consequences as if they don't have zealous advocacy. And I would hope from the prosecution that their end goal isn't their personal stats, it's zealous advocacy of the people, of the crime victims, and achieving justice. So, yeah. Um, and that I didn't watch that trial, but it's very likely, you know, it's very likely the prosecution um, thought it was a show trial, and instead of proving their case, they played it up for the TVs. So, and that's it. That's it, Pat's Cats. They're trying to earn their money by ratings, I think, and it's not working. And I was thinking last night, I know, very dangerous, but I was thinking specifically, if I were representing Karen Reed here, what would my defense be? Now, I've said multiple times, yeah, it's, it would be better to use the some Puerto Rican guy defense than this vast conspiracy. And if I could, I would. I'd try to get there. Yeah, someone hit him, but it wasn't my client. It was a random person hit and run. And my client's taillight is broken because she backed into John O'Keefe's car later. It's just a coincidence. But even if you think she hit him, here's the defense I'd use. It was a blizzard. She wasn't drunk, because you've got to get over the DUI aspect too. She wasn't drunk. For all we know, she was nursing 1 or 2 vodka tonics all night. In fact, because she was nursing her drink, She took it from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall because she was drinking it that slow. Now, of course, the receipts and tape might say otherwise, so I'd have to craft it to the evidence. But this is off of what I've seen. This is what I'd do. She had 1 or 2 drinks, 1 or 2 vodka tonics. They were singles. It was irresponsible of her to drive, but not illegal for her to drive because she was well under the limit off of 1 or 2 drinks over the span of several hours. It was a blizzard. It was a blizzard. She dropped John off. He got out of the car. She went to do a 3-point turnaround, but I checked Google Maps Street View. Around the flagpole, there is no driveway to pull into. The driveways are all on the other side of the neighbor's yard, and including across the street. So there's no nearby driveway. So in order to do the 3-point turn, she was on the narrow street. So she was, Austin Powers and doing the U-turn in the tunnel. She didn't see John because it was a blizzard. Her backup sensors must have malfunctioned because it was a blizzard. She might have felt a thump, but she thought she hit the curb, didn't think anything of it, and drove away. Now, you may say, she hit a curb, big deal. Well, it can be. I've mentioned, through high school and my early 20s, I mostly drove an 85 Land Cruiser. And I remember one night, I went with a friend to a Utah football game. And it was a real rainy night, just, above freezing, but not by a whole lot. And my brother at the time lived close to the stadium. And he had the Land Cruiser at his house. So we got dropped off at the stadium. After the game, I walked to my brother's house, stole the Land Cruiser, and drove home. Well, it was parked in front of his house. The curbs there had standard Utah gutters, but the driveways, it didn't have the cutouts. It had the sort of sloped out driveway with the gutter running underneath them, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe it, or the technical name for that one. Well, being an 85 Land Cruiser, the defroster worked like shit. So I went to back up to then pull out from the house. The back tire hit that driveway ramp, and it shook. I thought I hit a car. I got out, I checked, and it was the curb, so I laughed and drove off. So, that's how I defend her. It was a blizzard. She didn't see him. She felt a little bump, but she thought it was the curb as she was turning around. So it was an absolute accident. She did not have the knowledge that she hit anything. And you saw her. She was hysterical. So that would be my defense. No need to throw anyone under the bus. And frankly, that might have worked. But when you craft this elaborate conspiracy, it's awfully hard to walk that back and say, oh, but she might have done it, but it was an accident because of the blizzard. So I've waffled on long enough. Let's get started. Cross-examination of Colin L.
Thank you. Be seated. Close the session.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel.
All right, counsel wanted to see me at sidebar?
We don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
Like to be heard?
Well, yes, I will.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that.
But it was your stupid questioning that opened the door. The judge was absolutely right to allow that little bit in.
Evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that in our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke.
But you asked why it suddenly became relevant.
None of that conversation had anything to do.
You asked why it suddenly became relevant. That's the difference. Everyone else, you asked, when did you turn it over? With Allie McCabe, you asked, why did it become relevant? And she answered you. Tomorrow, Lisa. Tomorrow. So, reminder, tomorrow I won't be able to stream. Friday.
With harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves. Being sent to be before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It was prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to. He's
been waiting for a witness to break down and seek sympathy from the jury. You've waged a war of harassment against them for months. But it's a prosecution conspiracy that she'd actually show emotion about the fucking harassment? Ooh.
All right, what do you say, Kamala?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment. And that's the only reason that she had these messages and why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier, and that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing.
No jury in yet, though, Pat's Cats, so it was argument.
I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it, and it was because counsel opened the door to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Gianetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied. Okay, so let's bring in the jurors, please.
The thing is, elaborate conspiracy theories aren't the standard defense tricks of the trade. I'm offended by them.
Jim.
And I absolutely agree with the judge. That's exactly how I'd characterize it. That's a new guest of the Reed family. I don't think I've seen her before. Certainly not DUI guy. Yep.
Cindy, thank you. Thank you.
Now we're waiting for the jury to come out. So is that who that is next to Mr. Reed? Rita something? I don't know who it is. I just, yeah. And that's exactly my thoughts. As I've said, I do judge her for throwing innocent people under the bus, but as far as her crimes, I don't judge her until she's done, she's been tried. As of now, I judge her for her association with Turtle Boy and endorsement of his antics. It's disgusting.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Why would she have friends, though? I wouldn't be her friend.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. Outside the Commonwealth, Mr. Court, thank you. May be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes. No. Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
So, cross-examination, Colin Albert. Buckle up. I have a feeling. Is it? I don't remember if it's Yannetti or Jackson, because it would have just been whoever was objecting. No idea. Absolutely no idea, Jimbo. But they're going to go hard at Colin, which might be upsetting.
Maintain a big question. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question?
Objection. You assumes facts not in evidence. Who says he talked to anyone to prepare? First, you have to ask him, did you talk to anyone to prepare for your testimony yesterday? Objection.
Please.
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
Did you speak to your parents?
No.
And the Turtle Boy crowd is guilty. All of the Alberts having lawyers means they're guilty. Whereas Karen Reed hiring a lawyer before she was indicted, well, that's just plain smart. Whereas, as you all know, The catchphrase on this channel is shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. It's not incriminating of the Alberts. It is smart of the Alberts.
You speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just
Possible.
ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about,
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said, no.
He's 20 years old. This is his first time. Prep for testimony, he could have been like, well, in the last couple days.
So that's not true. Spoke to Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
Around a month ago. I'd say.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
That's what he just said. The questions
believe so.
he'd be
Did
asked.
you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
And he absolutely did come in overly hostile. You'd think he picked up mid cross-examination because he came with animus. It's like Jackson's like, you're the murderer, so I'm going to be extra tough on you, and it's ridiculous.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And
And it's completely appropriate to have the witness advocate.
is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
You remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
At this point, I'm not surprised and that they have Jackson doing it because, like, Yanetti's more aggressive usually, but Jackson can ask such convoluted loop-de-loops of questions that he might be more likely to trip someone up just out of confusion.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about
And they're often called victim advocates or witness coordinators. You know, I've described Yvette Rodier here in Utah. I think she's either at the AG or one of the district attorneys now. But when I was doing my internship at the U.S. Attorney's Office, she was the victim advocate witness coordinator. So her job was to, number one, protect the witnesses, and especially the victim witnesses, but also to kind of hold their hand, make sure they showed up the right day, make sure they didn't freak out waiting to testify, because it's a big deal. And so any well-funded prosecution agency is going to have them. And as I've said, Yvette Rodier, the one I mentioned, she herself was the victim of a major crime here in the Salt Lake area in the 90s, and that got major news coverage. So she was very good at her job.
Preparation for your testimony.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Have you spoken with Mr. Lilly or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally.
And why
according
would
to
they?
You know, zero.
And clearly I was tired by the time you came into the chat last night, because I didn't notice that your profile picture does identify you. So you surprised me on Discord, but had I not been tired, I should have noticed your profile picture.
About the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Fairview.
Correct.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified, Mr.
And that's bugged me several, like with multiple witnesses, Painted Bronco. You want me to rephrase? Are you just dumb? Let me shout it at you then. Yannetti too.
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been a year ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
Yep.
I don't remember.
When the law is on your side, you spout the law. When the facts are on your side, you use the facts. If the law and facts are against you, you pound the table, make a show. And that's what they're doing.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No.
No, sorry.
So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with a cop.
Argumentative.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you were not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory. Not an instruction that you
Argumentative.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., correct? Down to the minute.
Correct.
That's because there's screenshots of the text. I'm here, KK, and walking out. Great. 2 years ago, there's an event to remember. He's a college student. When you're a college student, you know, the semester just ended, presumably. He might not have seen, you know, his cousins since Christmas. He might not actually remember the last time he saw them. You show him a screenshot of his text messages from February saying, do you remember you saw them at this time because, you know, there's this text message saying they're going to pick you up? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Whereas just off the top of your head, when's the last time I don't know. When's the last time I saw my cousins? Most of them, I don't know. Some of them Christmas, some of them, you know, Halloween, I don't know. But 2 years ago, he has a text of the time he was picked up. That's pretty easy to remember.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No,
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Ms. McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't, you're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
But he's the one that provided that series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
A month, correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Or, let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mhm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just.
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
It probably would have been the witness advocate because that's their job.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received the phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you need to go to the DA's office to see Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
But
I
it's
wouldn't
not
say so, no.
about his testimony.
No.
Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally,
But that wouldn't be about his testimony. That would just be, hey, go to the DA's office. You lying weasel.
and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
You mentioned that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting?
No.
About this. Let me ask you a different. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
Stand on relevance and ask it to.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Obviously.
Correct.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stop with the commentary, Jackson. Obviously.
You just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. It was a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot.
I wouldn't be that heated if that had been his first time doing that.
Had you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever showed it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
You two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text
Exactly.
messages?
Don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
He asked you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
He asked you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Yeah, of course. You know, without getting him to trip up about something, he really can't say, so when did you murder John O'Keefe? Because there's no foundation to ask that. So he's just trying to get him into admitting he's dishonest, into, you know, so you're a liar. What else have you lied about? Have you lied about when you left? Have you lied about seeing John that night? Just build. He's trying to snowball the dishonesty into a conspiracy or into getting the jury to doubt any of his testimony. But, there's screenshots to back up his testimony with no actual evidence that the screenshots have been altered.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is,
And Courtney Proctor being friends with his mother, his mother's sister. So not friends with the Alberts, like the extended Albert family. Courtney Proctor is friends with Colin's mother's sister.
is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we're more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach? Okay. I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first. Ma'am? Yes. Thank you. Take a look at that photo. Tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know if you.
But and that's it. They are, Mal. But that article I read at the beginning, the blog article written by the Boston defense lawyer, the part I skipped over is actually, maybe I shouldn't have skipped over, talked about the defense is building this grand conspiracy, but we still don't know who they think the murderer is. It's just it's a broad conspiracy, but it's also a vague conspiracy because it's who is the third party culprit. They have tried to insinuate it's Colin, it's Brian Higgins, it's Brian Albert, it's Chris Albert, it's Chloe the dog, it's anyone but Karen Reed, but we don't know who, because they don't either.
Thank you. Studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objections sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
Yeah, I'd absolutely. Of course, I'm a pedantic jackass and lawyer, so what do you mean close? It depends on what your definition of is. And you'd think that, Vince, they're certainly not. I mean, Jackson's aggression, you'd think this is their most important witness, but his questions, like the actual contents of the questions, he's just flailing. It's not good. Of course, as I've said multiple times, we do still need the prosecution of who did kill John O'Keefe, because we're still a long way from that. But day 13 of a 40-day trial. Of course they don't have everything proved, not even halfway through the prosecution's case in chief. Because if they did have everything proved halfway through the prosecution's case in chief, well, they'd be wasting an awful lot of their own and the courts and the jury's time by going over cumulative evidence. It's almost like you need to present your whole case. But, you know, some, and unfortunately, some lawyers on YouTube and other social media don't seem to think that, and I don't understand that. Sides, keep an open mind for both sides, just like Neil Morrison does. I hope you've been enjoying the post office trial today, Neil. Assuming it was going on today. But, you know, keep an open mind for both sides and don't make up your mind until all the evidence has been presented, until closing arguments are finished. Why make up your mind on faulty data, on, you know, a quarter of the data?
Yes.
And that's it. But the biggest part is, JT Davis, you know, presumably Karen Reed won't testify. Fine. That's her absolute right. Her not testifying can't be pointed out to the jury even as, oh, look, she's guilty because she didn't testify. There's no faster way to a mistrial. But it could be Trooper Proctor has the best evidence. I mean, I would hope he does, because he might have statements from her that he can get in, that only Trooper Proctor can get in. Which is why, once again, I would have liked to have heard from him already. But as I've also said, it's possible the reason they haven't called Trooper Proctor yet is because they need all this foundational testimony about everyone else's actions that night. Because otherwise, well, number one, Trooper Proctor might not have the foundation to be allowed to testify about certain things, because it would be assuming facts not in evidence. But also remember yesterday, I forgot to mention yesterday's first witness, the canine DNA expert from California who testified early. And the defense, I believe it was Yannetti, was able to attack the swabbing techniques by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, and by asking her, well, isn't it suspicious how, you know, they only sent you the swabs? Isn't it suspicious how they collected the swabs? Even though we have no idea how they collected the swabs. And she couldn't testify about it. Which is probably why they wanted. So it was Jackson who crossed the DNA expert yesterday, Lucas. Oh, and Painted Bronco. Thank you. It was a long day. But had she testified after the crime lab technician, they couldn't have attacked her on those grounds, potentially, not knowing the contents of the crime lab's eventual testimony. So it's just wild. And to me, I really do think that's why Trooper Proctor is going after all of these witnesses. because it limits some of the attacks. It takes some of the sting out of the conflict of interest you've already heard from his wife's friend's sister. Yeah, we know each other. We're not best friends. I babysit occasionally for his wife. So take some of the sting out of it first, build a foundation, and yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm definitely
Approximately when was that photo?
not only the accident reconstruction, but they're going to have a police mechanic basically describe the car, and that's going to be important. I'm looking forward to that because that could go towards her intent. Because if she had to override the auto brakes to hit him, that particular testimony could be the difference between the manslaughter and second-degree murder. Of course, as I said, I'd try to argue, if I were defending her, well, the blizzard made that malfunction. So hopefully the state, with that witness, actually discusses, could the blizzard have made it malfunction? No, it's foolproof. It's not a camera, so the snow wasn't blocking it. It's, LiDAR or radar or whatever. And so, yeah.
Objection.
No, we can get that, but we'll answer that question.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You
Could
were
be.
the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close,
A ring bearer would be like 5 years old.
you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger, it was 10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left?
That's how I think they're trying to set it up, Anne. I really do. Might not work.
Correct.
Looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
How is it relevant that they're in a wedding party? It's like the hot tub question. So you're all in the same wedding party. So you all have a mutual friend. How dare you? And lawyers are definitely talkative. I was going to mention reading that article in writing is because that way we're clear and succinct. Whereas, as you guys see with me, if you let us talk and we'll follow tangents and we'll be wordy and yeah. So, how long is this sidebar? Well,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I'm going to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives. you consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for those special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Assisting.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
And I'll come back to them, Kevin. This just takes too much time at the moment.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
Because why would he
How many
be?
times were you interviewed by Massachusetts State Police in connection?
Why would he be interviewed by the Canton Police? The Canton Police do not have murder jurisdiction. They were off the case that day. The state police obviously didn't think he was of any evidentiary value until the conspiracy. Ugh.
With this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
I think.
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, Coach John?
Yes.
And that, Lucas, they have been desperately trying to breach, that they can't ask about a federal grand jury. It's just, you testified before some other proceeding, and they've been desperately trying to breach that. Whereas, through their own incompetence, they accidentally opened the door for the harassment. But they're desperately trying to with the federal grand jury. But as I've said, to me, the federal grand jury is only evidence of that particular U.S. attorney's office might be corrupt because it's wildly inappropriate for them to interfere in a state case. And if they were doing it at the behest of the defense team, to me, that just says, so you guys are crooked too. But, to paint liquors, conspiracy.
I may have just a moment. Your Honor. Yes.
And that's, yeah.
Look at paragraph.
I mean, before law school, I wouldn't have known. What's a federal prosecution versus a state prosecution? I wouldn't have known. It's
One, it's in the middle of the paragraph. If you'll just read that to yourself, please. Got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator, that interviewed, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
And that's just it, Vince. It wouldn't. The only conceivable rationale for any federal involvement is if it's a civil rights something or other, like a violation of Karen Reed's civil rights. But she's been afforded due process. Like, this trial is due process. So, it's not a civil rights violation. At least I don't see one. But
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment on.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, Static, you just have to be admitted to practice in federal court, and that's basically you pay a $30-some fee and take the oath. I'm not current on my federal registration because I haven't been there in a while and haven't paid the fee. Easy enough for me to re-up if I need to.
Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I? Yes.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Anne. So,
That refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about. You just read.
I still don't remember.
You recall that it says, did you testify? Question, how long did
Objection.
the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently. You know that.
there you go. The judge finally admonishing him again. You know the damn rules, Jackson. Follow them. This bumbling incompetence isn't charming. It's aggravating. It's aggravating. And Lucas, I agree. I'm absolutely interested in how the Commonwealth is going to prove its case. I'm anxiously awaiting them finally getting to it. But as I've said, I really think they're trying to disprove the conspiracy first so that they have a solid foundation so that they're not working from behind with existing doubt. So I really do think that's what they're trying to do.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay.
Do you sell crystal balls, Paula? How do you tell the future? What are tomorrow's Mega Millions numbers? Inquiring minds would like to know. It's very possible that she'll be found not guilty. But I'm going to wait until I hear all the evidence, all the testimony, before I make up my mind.
Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah, because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly, cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Because why, even if he doesn't know you, why would an investigator be mean to his own witnesses? You only play good cop, bad cop with suspects. If you have a cooperating witness, why would you be mean? Why would you be aggressive? You wouldn't. If you're a jackass, they're going to stop cooperating.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Because why would he be? He's not a suspect.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor
Did they have one flickering 40-watt light bulb right above your head? Were they trying to sweat you out? This is ridiculous.
Was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life. Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or
Ask to seize your phone. Ask to seize your phone. How many times have we seen sovereign citizens object to being called sovereign citizens because that's an oxymoron? You can't be sovereign and be a citizen. You can't ask to seize a phone. Seizing his phone would indicate lack of permission. Did he have a warrant to seize your phone? Why would he need to seize his phone when he's provided screenshots from his phone? So,
seize any other physical items from him?
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place, those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
once again, he's not a suspect. Why wouldn't he be free to go? Unless he's under subpoena, he was free to go at any time. He was there voluntarily. There was never a warrant issued to seize his phone. Did you, Jackson, get a warrant? Did you go to the judge and say, there is probable cause, the defense must seize his phone? The prosecution certainly didn't have probable cause. They didn't need to seize his phone. Why would anyone seize the phone? That's stupid. And there absolutely are problems with the investigation. I agree. There are problems. I don't know yet if there are insurmountable problems. But until we've heard all the evidence, I can't make up my mind because I haven't heard all the evidence.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
All I know, because I'm intentionally avoiding media coverage. I'm intentionally not reading pretrial rulings. So all I know is what's been presented in court. Brian Albert has testified he upgraded his phone before there was a preservation order. And it was an old phone. So that's all I know. That's all I've heard. We haven't heard Brian Higgins testify at all. They tried to ask Brian Albert about Brian Higgins upgrading his phone, but we need to hear from Brian Higgins about it. So, and we have heard evidence. Testimony is evidence. We haven't heard evidence yet, frankly, or at least not much, to incriminate Karen Reed. I agree. I agree. But I think they're trying to disprove the conspiracy theory first. It's maybe not the way I'd conduct the prosecution, but Lolly, you're the master of your own case. Lolly gets to decide which, order to call his witnesses in. So, and it's entirely possible that, none of Trooper Proctor's friends were at the house when John O'Keefe was. So it's entirely possible that he didn't realize there was a conflict until, a year and a half into it when the conspiracy theories started. So we'll have to hear him testify about the investigation he conducted, about his relationship, about why he didn't recuse himself, about the state police policies on recusal. I'm not prejudging. I want to hear the evidence. And you're right. It should be very interesting. I have a feeling he's going to be the most interesting witness. I would have liked to hear from him first. I've said that multiple times. This is the first time I'm seeing you in here, so you probably haven't heard me say it. But I've said multiple times over the course of the last 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, I wish he were the first witness. I've compared it to the Darrell Brooks trial, where the Waukesha County prosecutors called the lead investigator as their very first witness. And then they called him as their last witness. And to tie everything up. So I would have liked to see him first. But Lolly gets to decide how to present his own case. So people have accused me of being snarky before. But let's get back to it. And there is that. Although Canton is a small town, state police, you'd think they'd have someone not from Canton, but I don't know. As I've said, I want to hear the evidence. I want to hear the policy on why he was assigned. So
May I inquire you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified in a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, you appeared under oath, you appeared with your lawyer, you gave testimony, and that's part of what we looked at a second.
Correct.
But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need.
I've seen a little bit, but that's not evidence. So
To take an attorney with you, it was just you, Michael Proctor, and investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're gonna grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're gonna text them, probably not call them.
And I think that was the airbag disassembled, but once again, I don't know that that means it went off, just that it was removed. So
Either or.
Okay, but texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Allie. You've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Allie.
but no, little mystery. The passenger side above the glove box was also removed. So I believe that's where the airbag would be. I don't know that that's because it went off or because there were electronics to get behind that panel, but it was removed. So
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just when you're all right.
Sure.
and that's, I meant to hit that one. That's also true, Vince. They didn't say pay attention to above the glove box. They said pay attention to the middle console. But until I have testimony about why that's relevant, it's just speculation on my part. So I don't know. I assume that's one of the reasons I assume we'll hear from the mechanic that examined the car, that removed the taillight housing, that removed panels. So
May I approach you?
Yes.
This is a copy of 81. I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
only in blizzards, though, Lucas.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmar instead of.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
May I have that back?
I thought you meant approach over here. Do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
But from the video, the leaf blower looked actually to be very effective at gradually removing the snow. So it actually, to me, was a good move. The solo cup's less so, but if you don't have the right equipment, sometimes you do have to improvise and hope that's good enough. We'll see if it is. As I've also said many, many times over the last 2.5 weeks, do better. To all parties, do better.
You'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
May I approach the witnesses?
Yes.
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Michelle,
Yeah.
something as simple as a ride.
Yeah.
You're just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now, is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off, and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit,
Clearly, Vince, I don't watch DMA. I've seen coverage of him. I've seen other people do videos about him, but clearly I've never watched him because I wouldn't actually know that's his catchphrase. Because, ugh.
After the end of that text string that ends at 12:10 a.m. and says, okay. You see the next date?
Yes,
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn. And you and Allie did not text each other for a
Brandon,
month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
even with best friends, family members, I might go 3 months without texting my brother and then text him a dozen times in an hour. If you're going to try and show this is an unusual pattern, show us other gaps like this, or show us that there's never been a gap like this. But
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition? The fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
So
But Allie McCabe isn't Colin Albert's family. So if they're having family get-togethers, it would be presumably Brian Albert and his wife inviting people to a get-together. So a family get-together isn't necessarily Allie McCabe texting Colin Albert. If even as an adult, if there's a get-together with my mom's siblings, it's my mom that tells me, not my cousin. So
you were well aware of I'm going to take that. At your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house at night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware
there's that too. There is Snapchat. So there absolutely is. They communicate on Snapchat. It's not just iMessage. So
according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie,
so far he's just been absolutely aggressive with Colin Albert on cross, but nothing significant.
didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
Because Snapchat
We go back and forth, I'd say,
deletes.
between platforms texting.
You switch platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
It's 2 fucking
rephrase that?
years.
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You
Objection.
don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Allie McCabe to be discovered? Is
Objection.
Overruled.
that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, the days,
Have you subpoenaed his Snapchat records? Did the prosecution ask for his Snapchat records? You can't produce them right now. He might be able to. He's just never been asked for them because, relevant conversation was, hey, you can pick me up now. It's dumb.
In weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone, right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question.
You're confusing him. He thought you meant a screenshot of a screenshot, basically. And he's like, no, it's not a screenshot, it's a text. It's a screenshot of a text, not a screenshot of a screenshot. He's confusing him.
When you met,
As I said yesterday, I'm not calling him dumb, but I think Colin Albert is the least smart of the Alberts we've heard from so far. He's also a scared 20-year-old on the witness stand being interrogated by a jackass.
with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never
asked
had
you
a
for those
warrant
actual texts,
for
did he?
them.
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if you could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times, you take a photo on your phone, sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time. It'll capture the date and time of the photo, you know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. Can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot.
Once again, he was never subpoenaed. The phone, they didn't have a warrant for. He gave what he was asked.
Not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him, you'd have to get it from your dad?
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buknik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him?
Don't remember that.
You don't remember giving,
Other than a phone extraction, I don't know.
you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buknik a copy of that screenshot,
No, I don't remember.
because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw.
That's argumentative.
To this day, you've never been.
Argumentative. Stop it, Jackson. You're just being a jackass. That is not helping you. It's against the rules. Stop it.
You're required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent.
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
Because he wasn't asked. They didn't have probable cause to seize his phone. They didn't have a warrant. They didn't have a
You were shown
subpoena.
a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Mr. Lally showed you that photo,
Correct.
and he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you.
It's possible, Mal, depending on if they can prove it. And, you know,
Your face, your hands, fists, nothing. Right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't
and, you know, this is obviously better asked of Trooper Proctor, but they're trying to hammer it home with everyone else. So,
you?
Correct.
Then I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification with, of course, permission to show Mr. Lally.
Okay.
One, two.
DE and FF.
Thank you. Okay.
Present these two witnesses.
Yes.
the thing is, though, little mystery, you know, the rules of evidence exist for both parties, and you can only testify about what you have personal knowledge of. It can't be hearsay. It can't be, you know, a whole bunch of things. It's got to be relevant. So the rules of evidence do limit what you can testify about. And, you know, there's got to be a foundation, and, you know, that there, you know, it has to be more probative than prejudicial for certain things. You know, you can't ask prior bad acts usually. So, you know, it's just the rules of evidence, not trying to frame Karen Reed. Unless you're talking about a different case.
May we approach?
I may as well see them. I'll end up seeing them. Yes.
And so I encourage you to read the rules of evidence. I've never actually read the Massachusetts rules of evidence. I've read the Utah and federal rules of evidence. Most states base their rules off of the federal rules of evidence. That's what they teach you in law school. And so I encourage you to read through it. It'll take an hour or two. It'll take a lot longer than that to understand the rules of evidence. They're not always completely clear because, you know, you've got to have court interpretations of them. But it really does illuminate what can and can't be asked. So Sacco and Vanzetti. Yeah, I've certainly never heard of, but yeah, how much longer is this? It's a long one. Here they come. I must still qualify as a young adult, Sinclair Reed. Of course, it's probably the undiagnosed, but clearly there ADD on my part.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it? Yes.
He's messed around so often in this trial on admitting things into evidence, on laying a foundation for it, that the judge is instructing him how to do it before he even starts, even though it's very basic stuff that an attorney as experienced as Jackson should know it by heart. But you've got the judge instructing him before he even starts.
Well, so you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Jones, right?
Correct.
May I publish the
Put it into evidence first.
move?
He's practiced a long time. Let's put it that way. He's practiced a long time. Some of his antics here lead me to question the quality of his experience, but...
For the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I, I'm sorry, just FF? May I approach?
Yes.
EE or FF?
FF.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
Exhibit 85.
Yeah, you had fight injuries on a month later. Therefore, you murdered someone a month before. I think is where they're going with this, but February 26th. Who cares?
Excuse me,
Yes.
You see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event, some sort of just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand.
But he's too young to be at a bar.
See from there, clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo.
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Was Weinstein Jackson or Yannetti? Because I thought it was Yannetti, but it doesn't really matter. I knew about Spectre and Spacey.
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
Not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Robert? We can, lights up.
I was at a party, a house party my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you fell onto pavement, asphalt,
Yes.
and you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection,
Fuck
Your Honor.
you.
Sustained.
Argumentative. And it's true. Normally, if I fall onto the palm of my hand. I have fallen onto a closed fist before. It happens. It's rarer, but it happens.
You put your palms down when you fell?
No.
You fell your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
And I can't raise my hand to that, but as I've said, I'm a peacenik, so I don't fight.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top four knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
But punching a wall isn't a fight. It could be a sign of aggression, of course, don't get me wrong. But we have no evidence of him being in fights. At least not now. Could be. We could have rebuttal evidence. I don't know. But
Box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
your uncle
Never.
boxes.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls?
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics?
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
But that's not
boxing.
boxing.
Right?
I'd say, yeah.
Boxing would indicate another person. He's hitting the heavy bag. And what's the bet? Someone's going to take that $100 from Turtle Boy and make something up. Because Turtle Boy invites liars, is my belief. That's it. You can hit a bag and not have any technique for boxing. It's, hitting a bag, you don't know how to protect your face.
When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles look like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
And
Fallen on the asphalt.
Lucas,
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes?
I'm absolutely waiting for that. Don't get me wrong. I'm absolutely waiting for that. They haven't proved anything yet.
From that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
He
don't
landed
remember.
on his fist.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
Almost like he wasn't in a fight. He lands on his right knuckles. That's what's injured. You're in a fight. It's not just going to be right knuckles. You're going to have a black eye. You're going to have bruises. It's going to be a lot more than that. He doesn't have any other marks on him. This is ridiculous.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Asked and answered.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this.
Ooh. I'm guessing there might have been a pretrial ruling about this video. Might have already been ruled inadmissible. Sure. But that would be dumb of them because you want to ask them leading questions. You do that on cross. As long as, and this is general, individual court rules may vary, individual trial rules may vary, but as long as they're on your witness list, you can call them. But you want to ask the leading questions. But think to the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, that was civil, and for economy, they basically, the plaintiffs called Gwyneth Paltrow as their witness and essentially cross-examined her on direct as a hostile witness and just kind of did it out of order just for economy. And so there might be rules or individual pretrial agreements that change the general answer, but in general, sure. You as long as they're on your witness list, you can call them. So let's see. We'll go to but BB, do you have evidence of Chloe holding him down?
So I'm going to send you out for a recess. We have some work we have to do here. Wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So we'll send you out for the morning recess.
All rise to the court, please. Here's voting.
And you are definitely right. As a football player, he'd have injuries all the time, especially as a linebacker. So, although black eyes, I think, are generally less common in football because, face mask, helmet. Although a concussion can cause black eyes because, well, no, I'm confusing myself. Never mind. Strike that. Strike that. No idea.
So, Mr. Albert,
Absolutely no idea, 3 cents, because, as I've said, I don't have a crystal ball. And so until I've seen all the testimony, I can't say. I absolutely cannot say. My gut instinct is Karen hit him. It was an accident. She drove away. But that's not based on a whole lot. That's my gut instinct, and that is not enough to convict anyone. It's, I think, the most reasonable explanation. I can be convinced it was murder. I can be convinced she didn't do it. As of now, I'm not convinced of anything. So
Stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of.
and that is one of the rules here. No spoilers. After yesterday, I should have started off with the rules. No spoilers, no personal attacks, no isms, racism, homophobia, blah, 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 and no spam. So those are the easy rules.
Short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
No, we just had an idiot in here yesterday trying to cause trouble. I've done every day but one of the trial. I wasn't up for it last Wednesday, and my mom is stealing me tomorrow, so I won't be able to stream. But no, I didn't start yesterday. I just should have started today's stream with the rules because of yesterday.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand.
Bring it up.
And even though I wasn't up for streaming last Wednesday, I did watch the day. So I have watched everything.
I'll call advantage.
Okay. Thank you.
Good luck. The one in my left hand, with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this bang bang.
All right. Thank you. All right. So play GG first, please.
Yes.
I promise you, I'll fucking go home. Pull up, bitch.
Okay. And the next one, please. Okay.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school. Around.
Where were you?
I don't remember.
You say your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight?
No.
Indicating that you're...
Yeah. You asked him if you've ever been in a fight. You didn't ask him, have you ever talked shit? Two separate things.
You have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I would?
I've said that before, Sinclair Reed. I mean, and it's not even violent threats for me. As I've said, I'm a peacenik. But I'm glad we weren't running around with cell phones when I was a kid. I mean, there were a few people that had Nokias my senior year. I mean, there might have been a few others before my senior year, but so as I mentioned, I sometimes chase squirrels, and so this is one of those times. We had a substitute teacher at my high school that looked like Anthony Kiedis of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and he was subbing in my English class senior year, and he was on the phone as we were coming into class, and he gave his number over the phone to whoever he was talking to. We had 3 troublemakers in my class. I was not one of them. One of those troublemakers was one of the few students I know had a phone at school. So during class, he started calling that Anthony Kiedis lookalike substitute teacher. And because, this is 2001, 2002, you didn't expect jackasses in school to have phones. He was confused as hell. It was fun. It was real funny. So, but just the same, that Nokia didn't have a camera on it. It certainly didn't have video on it. You couldn't display pictures on it. It had Snake, I'm sure. I remember, I don't remember if this was my senior year or the next year, because I've mentioned before, my senior year, I volunteered in the training room at the high school. So, taping ankles, going to all the football practices, looking after the football players. Didn't go to the basketball practices, just, games. But, so we had several team doctors that went to all the games, along with our athletic trainer. And it was either my senior year or the year after, so would have been freshman year of college, except I took a gap year. And we were on the sidelines of a football game. And I remember it was at East High School, where they filmed High School Musical. And he was showing off his new color cell phone. The very first color screen cell phone. So it just, that's the world I grew up in. And so we had computers and shit, but I'm so glad no social media, MySpace, I don't think was even a thing. It might have been, but I didn't have it. Facebook was my first social media, and I did sign up when you had to have a university email address, but I never used it until grad school, until I was in England. And I'm trying to make everyone feel old, but either way, like I said, I'm very glad I didn't grow up where everything I did as a dumb kid was recorded. Now I just do it at 40.
Fuck you up.
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
Come on. What? My catchphrase in here. Shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. Number 2, if you can swear in court, you always swear in court. Colin doesn't know that rule. So I will F you up is because he's trying to be a good boy in court. It's not contempt if you're quoting. So if you can say fuck in court, say fuck in court.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No.
It was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But if someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass.
Yeah, all 5'2" of Alan Jackson is going to walk up to this college linebacker and I'm going to beat your ass. Of course you wouldn't be the one to do it. That's stupid.
You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up.
Were you threatening? These advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kind of.
Were you threatening them with violence?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
I'm not sure, like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here. Right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't.
So, Sinclair Reed, does that mean you murdered John O'Keefe? I better inform Jackson and Giannetti.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
But you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around you?
All right. The fact of the matter is,
I changed my shirt after I beat some guy's ass. That's how I roll.
Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
I do not remember.
July 27th, 2023, do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
You remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
That's just.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor.
Hearsay.
You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second and ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
He was a kid, though, when the videos were taken, because he was a sophomore in high school.
Correct.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask it better. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not
That's
sure.
all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
He's not a boxer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, I would, not being a boxer, would assume the uppercut is the most devastating hit, but once again, I'm a peacenik. I don't watch the pugilistic arts.
Sir Albert, when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And as far as within those videos, well, as far as time, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year,
Correct.
and relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And for what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationships?
Have you ever fought in a hockey game? Because if you haven't, can you even call yourself a hockey player? Once again, I am really excited that Utah's getting an NHL team for next season. So go Utah hockey team, since they don't have a name yet.
Did you have with that club hockey?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
That's kind of where I'm leaning of the suggested names. Although there is some discussion that the former mascot of the Colorado Avalanche was a Yeti, so it might be problematic. I think my next best name is the Utah Outlaws, actually. Lean into the sort of Wild West. Butch Cassidy, of course, being a native Utahn. He grew up in Beaver, Utah. You know, his gang, frankly, they roamed Utah, Wyoming, you know, the general Mountain West area. So I think Outlaws is my second choice, but
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
unless you were born by cesarean, Static, everyone is from Beaver.
And was there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
But I do want to send Brainy Beaver, Beaver Zero, shirt from a gift shop in Beaver, one of the I Heart Beaver shirts, because I'm 12 and they still make me laugh.
Face.
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived in Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you? Did
Never.
you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe. I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022. 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
May I have more, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we can make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of.
So basically that's Jackson saying, yeah, can we send him out? Because I'm going to be extremely insulting to him. Therefore, I don't want him on the witness to hear that and then have to take more questions from me. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it is very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally, open this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true.
Where did Mr. Lally open the door to violent tendencies? Where did he open the door to violent tendencies? I realized that was yesterday, and by that point I was a little loopy, but I don't remember it.
In front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was what year?
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened the story yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt, he's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc.
But that's not opening the door to violent tendencies. Him being friendly with his family isn't opening the door to violent tendencies.
And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of.
But those were taken in the immediate aftermath, weren't they? 2 weeks later. No bruising. So it wasn't opening the door to violent tendencies. It was showing he didn't have healing knuckles.
2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There's no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to
you? Fuck you, Jackson. Fuck you. Once again, fuck you. I'm surprised he didn't show up today with busted knuckles. Fuck you.
third party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to, this is a focus of, I believe this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this? The evidence points to that may have done this. Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Falmouth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically look like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is, it essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case.
But Lucas, according to those witnesses in the car behind Karen Reed's SUV, we're presuming it was Karen Reed's SUV, by the way, said there was a man and a woman in the SUV, and the man didn't get out while they were there. So the taillight would have been broken after. Whoever the passenger was would have got out after. So that testimony to me actually helps the prosecution. It doesn't show that she did hit him, but it shows at that time the taillight wasn't broken. That's good. And no, the brother's ex-girlfriend testified as they pulled away looking into the car, she only saw the woman. But pulling up to the house when they were both approaching Fairview Drive, she saw a man in the passenger seat as the cars were facing each other. As they pulled away, she only saw the woman. So she testified to seeing a man first. No. It was dark. They were driving by. She wasn't focused on the car. Driving past the driver's seat, the driver's window, she just sees the driver. But when they approached Fairview from opposite directions, windshields facing each other, and she saw both passengers inside, is her testimony. That's her testimony. No, they were facing the same direction on Fairview. Approaching Fairview, it was opposite directions because, as the brother testified, he remembers his friend, the driver, flashing his lights, saying, "You turn first." You wouldn't flash your lights to someone in front of you to tell them to turn first. So she testified she saw both before getting onto Fairview. So that's her testimony. I listened, I commented on it. I am not stoned right now. I listened to the testimony. She said she saw him as they approached. Once, as they pulled away, she only saw Karen, but she wasn't paying attention because she didn't know she'd have to testify about it 2 years later. And once again, you go listen to it again. I've got a good memory. I'm not stupid. You may think I'm stupid. I'm not. I listened to it. It was yesterday. Listen to the girlfriend's testimony. Clear as day. She saw a man and a woman. She couldn't identify them. But she saw a man and a woman. Yeah. How do you differentiate? There was someone with long hair, someone with short hair. I don't care who was crossing. It's the evidence I care about. It's the evidence I care about. That's a detail that stuck out to me because it's important. Who was crossing who wasn't an important detail yesterday. Her seeing two people was the important detail. That's why I paid attention to it. That's why I remember it. You are absolutely free to go back and watch that video. I don't need to. As they pulled away. but they weren't looking behind them. So to the side, they would only see in the passenger seat or in the driver's seat. Through the windshield as before pulling onto Fairview, she saw too. Like I said, John didn't get out of the SUV. No one saw anyone get out of the SUV. Nobody saw him get out. But it's different perspectives. As you're pulling away, you drive past the driver's window. You see who's closer to you. So if you've got your mind made up, I'm not going to convince you. Go back and watch the video is all I can say. I absolutely 100% clearly remember her testifying about it. I absolutely remember. Besides which, of course, there were two of them in the SUV turning onto Fairview. There, you said it. And they all testified that they didn't see John get out. Every one of them testified they didn't see John get out. There you go. We're done.
The evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
May I do briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses.
Okay, and once again, the rules are no personal attacks, even of me. I told you I'm not stoned. No personal attacks. Just because you don't remember it doesn't make me stoned. No one saw him get out of the car. That's the important testimony. The taillight wasn't broke. So if she hit him, it was after Julie Nagel's brother and his friends pulled up. That's the important part. And as Vince said, Karen saw him leave.
Is we're going to propound that, present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have.
They weren't willing to say he was at the house because he wasn't at the house when John was killed. He had already left. It's like none of them thought it was relevant until we started a conspiracy theory that he's the killer. And then they all said he wasn't there. This is circular logic from Jackson.
Now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And also that.
This is the Chewbacca defense. Look at the little monkey. Look at the little monkey.
Okay, so may I have those two flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking them. All right, so I will. Why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
All right, let's zoom through the break because I want to get to her ruling.
Okay. I actually will see counsel. It's up. I wasn't sure this was on.
And I would have objected about the Chewbacca defense because Johnny Cochran was wrong. The Wookiee was not living on Endor. The Wookiee was on Endor to disable the shield generator. It's only the Ewoks that live on Endor. So Johnny Cochran mischaracterized the evidence in the Chewbacca defense. That's it. Some clients, they don't care about the competence of their defense. It's, I want to see my lawyers, I want them to be a show trial, basically, and that's what some clients want. I don't know that that's what Karen Reed wants. It's just sometimes that's what the client expects, as opposed to, the some Puerto Rican guy defense. It's kind of boring. You may not feel you're getting your money's worth, even if it's a better strategy.
So, Jim. And, actually, they'll need to be passed down to Nancy. Sorry.
Probably a trademark violation, copyright, and all the intellectual property.
Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
I wouldn't complain having Chewbacca as the hockey team mascot, though. Don't get me wrong. I would not complain.
And sir, I remind you, you're still under oath.
Right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has two marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With court's permission, yes.
Okay, so let's wait a minute. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
It's a South Park reference, basically making fun of the John Benet Ramsey case. It's Butter's mom buckles him into the backseat of the car, drives the car into the river, trying to kill him. And then she arrives home and, where's Butters? He was kidnapped. By who? Some Puerto Rican guy. And the Ramseys and the congressman, was it Gary Condit, whose intern or aide was found murdered in Washington, D.C., and one other family. They all got together and they're like, yep, some Puerto Rican guy killed our kid too. It's a mystery. Won't somebody try and find some Puerto Rican guy? And so I'm using that as a proxy, as it was someone else. We don't know who hit Johnny. Someone clearly hit John with a car on the side of the road. It just wasn't our client. We don't know who it was. So from South Park, it's the some Puerto Rican guy defense, the lesser known cousin of the Chewbacca defense. So
Let me take a look at the video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play the short video for you and then ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, you're Ben's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Yeah, let's. Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
We haven't heard from the medical examiner. We don't know that. We don't know that. I only make my decision based on what comes out in trial. We have not heard from a medical examiner. We do not know what his injuries are consistent with. Period.
When was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year? Let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You asked about another video at the same time, correct?
At least as far as showing it to the jury, he might not be able to admit it as an exhibit. I don't know yet. So
correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
But did your family of many medical professionals examine the body? Did they conduct the autopsies? Because that's what I'm going to base my opinion on.
Correct. That was under the oath?
Correct.
Same oath that you took here?
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
It was your senior year in high school. What year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm going to fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up?
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm going to beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
And frankly, that's stupid of you. You haven't seen the evidence yourself. You are not part of the prosecution team. You are not part of the defense team. Virtually everything that's out there has filtered out through a moron that I absolutely believe is dishonest to his core. So that's the rule for the chat. And I'm not personally attacking you. I'm saying it's stupid of you to not listen to the evidence, to have your mind made up before the evidence. I've said 1,000 times, this might be your first day in here, but I've said over and over, I'm making up my mind based on the evidence. That's what the jury has to do. So that's the only that's the only way it matters. The only evidence that matters, well, the only thing that is evidence, I should say, is what comes out in court. The testimony. That's the evidence. The testimony and the exhibits. So anything you've seen in the media is not evidence. And so for you to make your decision up based on that is foolish. It's absolutely foolish.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you have some sort of a beef or a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm going to fuck you up, I'm going to beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Let's go, boy. You be locked up. Hey, yo. Bang, bang.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah, more of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
The jury
Also
is
called him
in.
a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat?
Okay. Remember, I just said, if you can swear in court, do. That was not an instance where Jackson should have been swearing in court. He wasn't quoting anything. I would have admonished him if I were the judge.
The question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fists and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July,
I have a feeling once he runs out of Alberts, basically, it seems to me, as I've said, he's very linear, following the timeline and trying to get these witnesses out of the way and then move on to the investigators and the experts and stuff is what I think.
2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said. Here, you said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing.
It's almost like in June, he wouldn't have slipped on ice. Whereas in December or whenever the bloody knuckles were, he would have slipped on ice. Funny that.
Boxing, right?
Or sorry, end of February, March. But either way, slip on ice in the winter. You don't slip on ice in the summer, in June.
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form, yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have. Robert.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
He can hit equally hard on a punching bag. That's different than fucking someone up.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any interviews, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct? Correct. Taking the Proctor.
Of course, if I were Karen Reed, my thought bubble would read, I shaved my leg for this, but that's just me.
Family, as it was put, as sort of an entity. What I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those?
Once again, Lucas Knight, you haven't been here. I've said, after scrutinizing some of their stuff, that if I were representing her, there's a very good chance I would have said the exact same thing. I'd be trying to make the exact same points. It's their job. It's still pissing me off because I don't think they have to throw 40 people under the bus, make outlandish accusations against dozens of people to protect their client. I really do think it was at worst an honest accident that, you know, she wasn't driving, or she wasn't drinking. She, you know, it was a blizzard. She backed up, or it was someone else. But, and of course, it's not my decision. I said, if I were defending them, I can still get pissed off about the way they are. Just like you've been criticizing Lolly. You've been criticizing the prosecution. A lot of people have been criticizing the prosecution. I've said if I were prosecuting it, I'd probably do it different. That's what I'm here for, to say how I would do it. And to, you know, give insight into the objections and testimony and stuff. So, of course, it's just my opinion. And yes, I'm here to judge the participants in this trial. It's just my judgment. It has no bearing on anything. Absolutely none. It's just my opinion. But I still get to say I would have done it differently. So I'm a contemporary, I'm a peer, I'm a defense attorney. Why can't I criticize Jackson and Gianetti then? Riddle me that. If it's okay for Lolly to be criticized by his peers and contemporaries, I'm Jackson and Gianetti's peer, contemporary. Why can't I criticize them? I am. I'm a criminal defense attorney. That's why we're here today. That's why we're here today. What do you do? What do you do that makes you know everything? Of course not. I'm a defense attorney. See, defense attorney would indicate I'm not an assistant district attorney. That's opposite sides. That's opposite sides. You said his peers and contemporaries are criticizing Lolly. I'm criticizing Gianetti and Jackson. Frankly, I've criticized Lolly too, but why can't I criticize my contemporaries? Does it just work if it's against one side? Does it just work against one side? That's stupid.
Those interactions.
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners, other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young was you?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And whereabout or what was the context?
It's not a personal attack to call an opinion stupid. And like I said, those are rules for the chat. I get to break them. I'm not in the chat.
In which you would see, was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you come in contact?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as the wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
You have.
That's what I saying. It doesn't count for anything. That's exactly what I said. Exactly what I said.
Any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
I have some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today, as far as sort of gap between January 28th and February. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you were communicating?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that.
I absolutely did not, Lucas. Absolutely did not. You were arguing against the boyfriend's girlfriend, or the brother's girlfriend, sorry, not testifying that she saw two people as they approached. Driving away, all of them testified they only saw one person through the driver's window. You were just mischaracterizing it. That's on you.
Screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? Text before that? Was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of.
Thank you.
Yep.
That period of sort of January 28th into February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination when I was asking you questions, those are photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hand, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
When you struck a heavy bag
There generally isn't ice in July, correct? Correct.
and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing, nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
It's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that.
Wait, there's cake? No one told me there was cake. Of course, depends on the cake, frankly. You know, the sugary birthday cake. Ugh.
February 26th photo at, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again?
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe?
And I know, and I don't like to be that person though, unless they're breaking the rules. Of course, at some point, if they do derail it too much, of course I can just ignore them, but either way.
It was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's
Pineapple on pizza can be delightful. Of course, if I'm going to have pineapple on pizza, I do have to have something else as my other slice to balance it out.
that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they, the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey
Nope.
at any point in time in high school?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regards from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So
my brother worked for a pizza place here in Salt Lake that the owner was from New York, and he actually did ban pineapple on pizza in his pizza shop, and also ranch dressing, because you can't dip pizza in ranch. I actually agree with that one. So
do you recall which came first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah. It was the girls in our friend.
of course, if you do get pineapple on pizza, I actually would suggest getting it with real bacon, if that's an option, as opposed to Canadian bacon or ham, because that actually, real bacon is better. So
Group, a couple of the girls in our friend group, like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brother.
in that case, my aunt would agree with you because she's allergic.
Correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, did you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
It's not a Canadaism, Mark. It's, I think I've mentioned before, there is absolutely nothing in this world as disappointing as when you order a bacon cheeseburger in England, forgetting that it's going to come with back bacon. I've never been so disappointed in my life as back bacon on a bacon cheeseburger. Should have been shoe leather instead. That would have made it better.
Ever.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
You ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked
Right.
Some questions
Bronco.
on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you would not, correct?
Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's
Whoa.
very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear.
Of course, none of the harassment isn't relevant to whether Karen Reed did it or not. Let's be clear about that. The harassment has nothing to do with what happened on the night of the 28th into the 29th. I highly doubt it, Linz. But absolutely nothing to do. Oh, in the room as in the courtroom? No, because Colin is one of the protected witnesses. So, little mystery, thank you. Enjoy your dinner. But yeah, the harassment has nothing to do with what happened on that night. But it does have relevance as, you know, hey, you haven't changed your story in spite of all this harassment. It bolsters their credibility that, you know, it hasn't caused them to change. They haven't buckled under the pressure. And Karen has had a little taste of her own medicine. Grant Smith Ellis, the person in the press section with the stickered up laptop, he's tried to do the Turtle Boy style ambush journalism of her and Turtle Boy outside the courthouse. You know, hey, Karen, why'd you murder him? Blah, blah, blah. But it's nowhere near the same scale. Nowhere near the same scale. At least not as far as I know. So.
That night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you did?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing wrong with it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set. I think that piece of paper goes back to Mr. Jackson.
All right.
Did you leave something on the witness stand?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yeah, sure. I'll call Mr. Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Okay.
All right, Matt McCabe. That's moving on. I think we're running out of McAlberts to, you know, testify. We'll have to get to inculpatory witnesses soon. I would be, and I don't even drink.
One step. You solemnly swear the understood recorded during the case now against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat. Ooh.
I think this is the first full-on suit on the witness stand. I don't think the lawyer witness was in a suit.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Matthew McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Welcome back.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
I'll be 20 years this coming June.
I mean, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts will be very interesting since they were on the scene that morning.
And during the time that you have lived in Canton, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to?
Okay.
Prior to that, do you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer.
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe met?
2022, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
2009.
So it sounds like we've got our first break from the very distinctly blue collar Alberts.
I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids. Homemaker.
I can
An
turn your
important
attention
job.
to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. You recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days of the week?
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point, you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant.
Because doing IT work means you're a Photoshop expert. That makes sense. Of course, people on Shitter are awfully dumb, so.
In Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
At the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your
Said he's
daughters,
49.
as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, here in Utah, he could have a 30-year-old. Of course, the Boston Irish Catholic Boston could have a 30-year-old too.
My second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just conjecture?
Handful of with my daughter.
Just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
Was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long?
My senior year of high school, I took a photography class. First half of the year, we did film, and it was black and white, so we could develop it ourselves. Second half of the year was Photoshop, and like I said, this was ancient, so we were working on like 1 megapixel digital cameras from the school. Terrible. But I worked on Photoshop in school for half a year. You can tell from my thumbnails, I don't do Photoshop.
How long were you at the Junction?
Came 6:30, give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that the game would start or game would be scheduled for?
Yes,
And what time is that, John?
typically.
And that's a good point, Vince. You know, I've shilled for my cousin before. Go on Amazon. I can't remember what her books are called exactly, but if you have kids especially, go on Amazon and buy her books, because you know I'm not ashamed to shill for my brilliant cousin. But go on Amazon, search for Sarah Davis Hatch, and she's got 3 books. She animates them on her iPad. They look like photography. Like the backgrounds, at least, the landscapes look like photography. The first book, set in the redwoods. The trees look like photography. The second, set in Arches National Park. It looks like photography. And it's her animating on her laptop or on her iPad. I doubt she'd be able to do his job, Mr. McCabe's job. They're separate skills. It's all done on the computer, all on electronics, but it's a different skill set. Absolutely different skill set.
6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or.
Me too, Mark. I wish I were one of them.
Actually, I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6. That is correct.
And I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening, it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or won or anything like that?
Yes, it was. They were playing the town of Foxborough High School, and they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's grown as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
Kevin, during the Brooks trial, Static made that joke, so you're not original. Sorry, but of course his joke was a lot funnier because day one Static was my only viewer, and frankly, I was surprised to have him. I thought I'd just be shouting into the ether, and I started the live stream, and before I said a single word, Static's in the chat, hello, and he's only like 40 miles away from me. What are the odds? But then the next day there were 2 people in the chat, so Static made that joke, and unfortunately, unlike some people who were in the chat earlier, Static's crystal ball is off because it didn't continue doubling. But hopefully it does this time.
Honest.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing in the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them, yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching the game?
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers. Usually the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
So you sit there, you watch the game.
And I did have 200 or 300 subscribers because I had made some terribly edited Sovereign Citizen videos, but then didn't upload anything for a couple months. So it was sort of, that was a soft launch of the channel, and then coming back with a bang for the Darrell Brooks trial. So I did have a couple hundred subscribers. I imagine if I were starting with absolute 0, Static probably wouldn't have found me.
Game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
After the game, I drove my...
See, Static confirms I have a good memory. I may not remember who crossed who, but I remember details. Even if some people don't think I do.
Younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there?
You can ask my family too.
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student again.
My family finds it very aggravating, the details I remember.
High school at that time as well.
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what
I do need to
you were just
update
in
that.
one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? It was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV, is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me.
And for those of you not in the US, a Yukon is essentially the upscale version of, well, technically, we'll talk cars for a minute. So just like Lexus is the luxury version of a Toyota, so Karen Reed's car was basically an upscale Toyota Land Cruiser, just Lexus. So you have the Chevy Tahoe and Suburban. The Suburban is slightly bigger than the Tahoe. They look visually very similar. They both can have 3 rows of seats. The Tahoe is just slightly smaller. The GMC versions of the Tahoe are the GMC Yukon, and of the Suburban is the GMC Denali, or Yukon Denali, sorry. So that's basically like the Lexus version. It's nicer, more expensive, leather seats, but it's still basically a Chevy. So
Me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And most people have found me through DeCastro, which shows covering him was a good thing for me, even if I actually do find him uninteresting. Of course, unfortunately, I do struggle to get traction with anything not related to him, but...
What's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
Memory is a funny thing. Like, I can tell you fairly detailed, daily itineraries of our family trip to Rome in 2003. I can pull out a map and show you the route we walked. It's just certain details get etched in, but other things don't. It's weird.
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yeah, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know we sent
or as I've mentioned earlier, my Oma had a 1969 Ford Thunderbird with suicide doors and a 429 engine. There's a Lincoln version of that. I can't remember what it is. It might be the Continental, but I'm not actually sure. Not actually sure.
To text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister. And a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
Yeah. When you arrive at the waterfall, you would like to recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its.
And I was right. The 69 Thunderbird was related to the Mark III Lincoln Continental.
A parking lot or its establishment with a condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
You parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct. I parked in the parking lot, yes.
And when you came into the waterfall, with anyone did you see there, and where did you go?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
Where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. We passed, they were in the 3rd table, long table closest to the bar.
To the
across
left
from, there was
the
also a
front
band.
door.
They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well?
Yes, there was.
Prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall,
And what was the name of the live band?
Paul, what, if anything, you did, or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And that's it, Mal. I can tell you in the couple days we spent in Florence on that Italian vacation, we went to a restaurant. Like, I could find it on the map. I'm sure its name has changed. We stayed at the ABC Hotel in Florence. But I can tell you, I got spaghetti that it was basically olive oil and sliced tomatoes and basil, and so simple, but so good. So that's one that did not wrong me. That was so good. 21 years ago, I still vividly remember it.
And do you recall generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
Or what was it about?
It was about my daughter.
My mom watches the TV show, Kevin Campbell.
My oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
Despite it being sort of the wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? You got Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
And don't forget the basil, though, Mal. The basil was important, but it was so good. So good.
Look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were, I was on the call for a while. So I think I had my kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
And when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
I did 9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was
on Mother's Day static. We ate out on the patio, and they had almond cheese we basically had charcuterie boards, and it's like cheese doesn't come from almonds. I don't trust it. And my brother-in-law also agreed with me. Of course, it was fake pepper jack, and I'm not a fan of pepper jack anyway, so yeah.
Cole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan,
Sorry.
Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisis, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and I, we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after.
It might have been cashew cheese,
Jen,
though.
obviously.
Might have been
To be clear,
cashew.
people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakisis.
I've seen that on the British Bake Off, but the nutritional yeast seems weird to me.
This came in at the same time or slightly staggered. At some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well?
Yes, yeah, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And is that something that you would normally drink?
No.
And why were you drinking that night?
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town, so I was trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And Static is a friend of the animals, running an animal rescue, so he's good guy.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you know anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. I don't know for sure. But give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall then?
Yeah, I haven't heard of Crystal Light in years.
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12, so a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, a little. I recall leaving a little after midnight, correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact.
Do you remember, Static, like 20-ish years ago when there were a couple of caimans found in the Jordan River? Had to be rescued? Just since you rescue all kinds of animals. Do you remember that? That may have been a friend of a friend that dumped them, if I'm remembering right. Not someone I knew, just a friend of a friend.
Time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other. But let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there then?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes,
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know.
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times.
So we've heard about the graduation party as probably the one time some of the other witnesses met Brian Higgins, the graduation party in the backyard at 34 Fairview.
I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes,
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert.
yes,
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to Waterfall?
yes. I was informed that they were in New York, coming back
Yes,
from New York from
yes.
a funeral
Graduation party. That's it.
of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes,
Frankly, Static, I only actually care what other people eat if I'm feeding them. I only care what they cook if they're feeding me, because I'm a picky eater.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the Waterfall, correct?
yes,
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well.
yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as where she's seated or not opposed closed?
She's seated at the table with her attorneys. Oh, you want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
I'm just asking the record of like identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you met Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
Their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
A couple hundred yards, 2 different streets. It's a neighborhood with
Yeah.
multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe, drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses, took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on, maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes,
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kaylee?
yes. My third daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in his house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kaylee?
I believe it was kindergarten. How old?
Kindergarten.
7. I don't know.
Okay, that was a Boston accent and a half. Kindergarten.
I think kindergarten suffices. So
Okay.
fair to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what if any relationship that either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. There's a door. I was trying to.
I mean,
No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
so around that time that Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of them,
Yes.
what if any relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah. We had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it was rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times we'd go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we.
Sinclair, what does your dad say about titanium and carbon fiber legs? Inquiring minds want to know.
Were So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a mother and a father. And so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And in particular, his niece Haley and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jen?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate, so she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she's a bright kid.
That's my niece, 9 years old and ridiculously articulate. Like 5 years old, 4 years old, she'd have a conversation with you that wasn't gibberish.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house. You also moved from the house on Sutton, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you to move first, they to move first?
Of course, there is a video of my niece when she's about a year and a half old with a siren outside, and she perks up and tries to say, "Oh, a fire truck," and it just comes out as, "Oh, fuck."
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
Absolutely awful, CJ5. That's why I didn't stream last Wednesday, is because that non-existent foot, the pain level was at 11.
They moved a little further in miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thanks for being here today.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020, summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out.
The pain is the worst, CJ5. But as far as the other sensations, the itch can be bad. The getting out of the shower, feeling water dripping down, that's annoying. It's just, I wish all sensation ended where my leg did. That would be nice. Is that too much to ask?
Out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the.
All right. That's new information. So we have heard questions about MS. To one of the firefighters, could MS, did she say anything about MS? Now, according to this, this puts her diagnosis as being at least as far back as June of 2020, probably earlier. But, That's interesting. That's interesting. So
The two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
How long has your wife suffered from MS?
I'm gonna say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm gonna say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't know, remember.
and that's common with MS. I've mentioned my aunt has MS. It took them years to definitively diagnose her.
The exact date. I'm gonna say about 9 years.
So 2 children came over the house that day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and
I think it's because basically they had a useful idiot spreading nonsense and they ran with it. So just I think that's why. Before the useful idiots, I think they were going to go with a straight up defense. So Vince, you can get phantom anything. You know, the general consensus, and this is, you know, difficult because they don't know what causes it. But if you have pain going into amputation, you're more likely to get phantom pain. But it's just weird. It's not understood. It's terrible. And yes, he is a monster. He's absolutely terrible.
and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it's practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating, or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I, if he would, no, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant Ms. Reed, or applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group of eyes on the first?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see
In that case, Vince, with me, it would not, because I'm not diabetic, so I wouldn't have diabetic foot pain. For all I know, it might be what diabetic foot pain feels like, because it just does whatever it wants to do. And I don't think it's a memory imprint necessarily. It's just, you know, cut nerves do weird things.
see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody.
But, you know, people who are paraplegics, you know, they essentially get terrible phantom pains in their legs. They can't feel anything if you touch them, but their legs hurt. Just even though they can't feel their legs. So the human body is weird, and nerves are weird, and the brain is weird.
That you're friends with?
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Colaquis This was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina.
And Mal, that's precisely why I've said from the start, I haven't prejudged Karen Reed for her alleged crimes because it's got to come out in evidence. I do judge her as a person for her association with Turtle Boy because from what I've seen, he's an absolute monster. He's an impudent little shit and he's terrible. And Static, the Phantom Itch, it can be real annoying. Sometimes what I'll do is, I rarely do the mirror therapy, but sometimes what I'll do is I'll pull out the mirror, make it look like I have two legs and, scratch the itch on my leg so that it looks to my brain like I'm scratching both to try and get rid of it. Sometimes just kind of digging at the scar helps. Of course, the worst is when you get the itch wearing your leg and can't access it through hard carbon fiber. That's torture.
We're on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
It's fair to say the Cole Keith didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife.
Fair to say, they obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct. You get water.
If only the mirror therapy actually were an instant cure like it was on House. Ooh, that would be nice.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall it a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and he had shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light.
And as I've said, I don't drink, but based on my family, everyone drinking Bud Light and Michelob Ultra and stuff, that's as strange to me as drinking, vodka Crystal Light or whatever Matt said he was drinking, because my dad and siblings and uncles and cousins and friends mostly drink local microbrews or like German imports or something, because drinking to enjoy a drink rather than to get drunk. So the Bud Light, totally foreign.
I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light Limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool. And maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Miss Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
He'd find himself fed to the gators, the crocodiles, taken up to Darwin and never seen again. And that's it. My dad typically gets Wasatch and Uinta. My brother will sometimes get the epic high point, not 9 somethings. So, kids, like, they can get it, definitely, Linz, but, and, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, but often if, let's say, you have, like, lots of kids, even up to 5, 6 years old, get an amputation. They don't, like, they grow up, you ask them, do you remember having 2 legs? No. Do you remember what it felt like? No. And so often they'll grow up and having no memory of it. They literally don't get the phantom sensations at all because their brain and nervous system is more elastic and is able to find that new normal. Whereas with adults, it's like, hey, this isn't what I'm used to, and therefore I'm going to punish you for all time. And what's funny is, so continuing on the tangent, they made an observation that, so, with prosthetic legs, they're hydraulic, but they're entirely passive. They're basically, I put pressure on the toe, the knee bends. I put pressure on the heel, the knee stiffens, is what it boils down to. But they have the myoelectric hands where you have sensors that detect nerves firing and picks up the electric impulse of the nerves to make the hand open or close or rotate. And what they found is, in order to give a better contact point for the electrodes, they do a surgery called targeted muscle reinnervation. Basically, it was a certain way of implanting the cut nerve into the muscle to give a good contact point, a known contact point. They knew which nerve was where, easily located, and they found, hey, people who get this aren't getting as much phantom pain. And so they, in the last couple of years, after my amputation, they started doing clinical trials on leg amputees saying, well, works on arms. So even though it has no functional use as far as electrodes, let's see if it works just as a pain relief. And they found good results. So I'm actually looking into that. It's just, there are other difficulties with that, but yeah. So tangent over. Let's get through this.
Drinking or having?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absence of crystal light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent of crystal light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly, I don't know.
Now, do you know where the 2 of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that it was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home I had a couple of friends over at the house.
Now, from the time that you were in, time that you were in the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing.
Yeah, it's definitely more lucrative being a bombastic shitbag than trying to be a, fence-sitting educator, shall we say.
Talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have a conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversations, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down for the evening?
Yes.
The band that had been playing before, were they still playing, or had they?
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
And so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving.
Just the essentials in life, Sinclair. Just the essentials.
Before us, I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last 2 at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because like I said, the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job.
So he's considerate. Helping the bar staff out. Good guy.
It's coming back. Things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. Found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table, like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the waterfall?
That we'd be stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, what if any discussion was there in regard to your to his brother Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what if any other discussion other than going to your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house was there at the table in regard to places to go at?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe sort of what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E.
I don't think he testified he's antisocial, just that he gets anxiety and storms give him anxiety. So I think that's the reason he didn't go out, was storm anxiety.
Because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations. Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, was that something that the defendant raised once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, when you leave you and Mr. Golakikis and you walk out of the waterfall, you go over to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you did?
She was already in the car.
So let me ask you, as far as where was she seated within the?
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
When I got into the vehicle.
I think the rumor is that she was after Brian Higgins, not Matt McCabe. But once again, I don't believe anything that isn't part of testimony.
So my wife received a text from John and it said, where to? He was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
Rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back.
Correct.
And did she call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier.
You'd think finance professors also wouldn't buy timeshares, Karen Reed.
Within the car. This call from your wife Jennifer to John Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this. Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him, yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go or the address, describe to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him Sherman's the easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall.
So that would be a reasonable explanation as to why they arrived later than everyone else.
Again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. We said, well, you know where this child lives? He said, yes. Okay. Drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
Around the same age?
Exact same age, same grade.
Now, when you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And
clearly it's time for me to hack off some of this beard because I just ate a whisker and it was driving me nuts.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what if anything you can say as far as
Yeah.
who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him saying we, who did you infer that we be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Ms. Reed in the background at any point?
I did not recall hearing Ms. Reed, no.
Now, about how far a drive is it, how long a drive is it roughly from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go as far
Is it better than Flaming Twinkies of Death, though? Because that's been my hypothetical band name since high school.
as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrived at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I am.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the walkway is, or if she was one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the driveway.
So she pulls in the driveway, she parks, you guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Brian Higgins.
That's a good question, Grey Duck. I always envisioned flaming to mean on fire, flaming Twinkies of death. Of course, it could be flaming and Twinkies, both real fabulous, but yeah. And just looking up the Google Street View of 34 Fairview, it looks like it's the driveway is considerably wider than the 2-car garage. It's, half to 3/4 of a car width wider off to the right side. So with part of it seeming to extend along the side of the garage.
And Brian Albert Sr.
And where?
Did I say Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
Trying to be
when
complete.
I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout?
There appears to be a C spray painted on the end of the driveway. Probably C for Colin. Conspiracy.
What's the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
That's probably it.
A little over an hour. No.
You've solved it. She was hangry. If she'd been fed pizza, we wouldn't be here today. She was hangry.
Got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:40. I don't know the exact time. 1:40, 1:45-ish.
He should have given her a
You got there
Snickers.
somewhere closer to 12:30, and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Got there about 12:20, give or take, and then yeah.
It's not in evidence, Sinclair, but there are I've heard allegations about Brian Higgins that she was flirting with him. That's not in evidence, though, so I can't consider it. But like I said, she was hangry. If she had had pizza, Johnny should have given her a Snickers, and there we'd be. Not here. We'd be probably up in Idaho doing the Daybell trial, which I still am shocked. I thought that would be the law tube gravity for the Daybell trial, but and so I was hoping less competition on this one. As someone did point out, well, the Daybell trial is just a rehashing of his wife's trial, except his wife's trial was only audio. This one's video, so.
Left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as the, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got?
Oh, everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian.
3 more weeks, Vince. 3 more weeks.
Excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
Do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house? Or what the group was doing?
It kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table.
Possible.
But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about.
Foolish video. My uncle often, like, since the advent of smartphones, would pull out his phone and pull up on YouTube the video of a chimpanzee with an AK-47. Because why wouldn't you?
Do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song "It's Raining Men."
And do you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video? Why it was a foolish video as you described?
Well, it's a
The video "It's Raining Men" was about Boeing whistleblowers falling from the sky.
in the family. It's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video, and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see. We're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
And you have another nephew by the name of, I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the waterfall, it was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie?
Colin is not his nephew, just his daughter's best friend.
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw her.
Sorry.
You know your oldest daughter, Alex, right?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter, Allie, was there at the time that you were?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there. You didn't see her there. You didn't know if she'd been there before you or anything like that.
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
It's possible. It's possible. It's, you know, they could have been putting on a front at the waterfall and then started arguing as soon as they're alone in the car, and it escalates and boom. So, but not knowing the evidence, because we haven't got there yet.
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. And other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those 3 rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello.
So it was pretty quickly after they arrived, which would put it at about the time frame when John and Karen would have pulled up.
Oh, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
And once again, if it's 3 to 5 minutes after they arrived, that puts John and Karen arriving at least 3 to 5 minutes after Colin Albert had left, since he did not see Colin or his daughter Allie. Assuming, of course, he's telling the truth, and assuming every other witness so far has told the truth, since they've told a pretty consistent story. You know, they all have slightly different observations, but the general plot is the same.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been, I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my nephew Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, etc. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was.
Well, that answers the age-old Baja Man question. Brian let the dog out. Brian Jr.
Was previous to that or after? But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
So we met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew's, correct?
Yes,
Someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
correct. To know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Miss Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Miss Nagel or Miss Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. We informed my wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Miss Levinson or Miss Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Oh, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they lived. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Miss Nagel goes outside, what if anything drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which?
So that's someone other than Julie Nagel, and of course, someone from inside the house, I should say, other than Julie Nagel that saw the SUV. Of course, the 3 passengers in Julie Nagel's brother's friend's vehicle also saw the SUV.
Well, I was sitting at the table, and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again,
In addition to sort of the regular front doors, there's like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through. Is that?
that would be the front door. I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, it's your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked at that point, looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door or the front door, when you looked out, what if anything, did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time,
It is a mystery, Kova.
were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Mr. Lee?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Remember what
He
color?
had a. No, I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front.
So I wasn't actually going to comment on this. I was just going to let him, float by like a fart in the wind. But first of all, do you have any evidence other than speculation, other than what's been fed to you by paint lickers about them murdering anyone in the basement? That's an awfully definitive statement from you. That's not speculation. You're stating they murdered John. Do you have any evidence? But also, as far as the reason the prosecution hasn't called Higgins is because he's turned a defense witness, and he's gonna give that. Well, number one, you have evidence, but also, if that were true, why has the defense spent so much time and energy trying to discredit him already? Why have they spent so much time trying to show he has a conflict of interest? Because if he were the ace in my sleeve, if I knew he was going to be my star witness, I flipped him to the defense. I'm not going to spend the entire trial until he testifies discrediting him. That's the stupidest thing I could possibly do. Like, it's Turtle Boy levels of stupid. So you're connecting the dots, but you haven't personally seen the evidence, just what the defense wants you to see. That's dumb. Why not go with what's presented at trial? That's what's actually evidence. So, but as far as your theory about Higgins, that's stupid. But let's keep going.
Right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over the...
That's exactly it. I haven't seen it. And that's the point. Neither have you. Until it comes out in court, you haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I'm going to base my verdict off of what comes out in court, just like the jury has to. Clown.
Here, I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I would just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you go to...
And I got distracted by a clown, so I missed what he said where the Jeep was parked. So that could have been important, but I don't care enough at this point to rewind because it's getting awfully close to dinner time.
To look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole right there. There's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
Now, after you look out this initial time and see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door, was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope. I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it's further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come.
And don't get me wrong, JT Davis. As I've said multiple times in, let's say, sovereign citizen videos, I'm skeptical of police. Frankly, watching the sovereign citizen videos and the patience displayed by the police helps me be less skeptical. But yeah, it's no evidence that I have seen. And for all I know, they might be corrupt cops. John might have been a corrupt cop. No idea. Absolutely none. It would just be speculation on my part. So,
I mean,
now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather?
And that's it, though, CJ5. I missed where the Jeep was parked. Because earlier testimony from Julie Nagel's party, the Jeep was not between the truck and the SUV. He said something of off to the left, so I'm thinking not in front of 34, not in front of 32, but in front of, let's say, 36. But I'm not sure.
No, it started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on the main roads, but definitely a dusting of snow was falling. Correct.
And from that time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter, when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flag, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And to me, that's entirely reasonable, Mal. If everyone says the exact same thing the exact same way, to me that's scripted. But everyone telling a consistent narrative, but with slightly, different observations, like, well, it sounds like maybe you were looking in a different direction. And that makes sense. That makes sense to me. So, all right. That's what I thought. But like I said, I was distracted by a clown, so I didn't fully catch that. Because I think where Brian parked the Jeep is slightly relevant, but we'll get Brian Higgins, I'm sure, to testify about where he parked. So,
and at other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with, between the yards, I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Alberts residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Alberts residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of the, if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of their house.
This distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, did they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No.
I mean, is the weird wave the Lexus pulling off to the side? So, because starting around or before where the Jeep's parked, at some point she's got to make it to the side of the road, because presumably she didn't stop in the middle of the road and pull forward several times. So either that, or was she just real squiggly in her driving?
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from...
And that could be a good point, actually. If she got lost, she might not want to attempt to find her way out at the other end of the street. I mean, Salt Lake is, famously like Chicago and New York City. We have a grid. It's lovely. I go out into the suburbs where the grid makes way for subdivisions, and it sucks.
Dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met, you have no idea.
Objection.
No, can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained.
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. My assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay,
I heard the answer, I withdraw.
okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those three times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first two times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
Now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that, I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Alberts house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these three occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door or the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point,
That's terrible. I absolutely hate cul-de-sacs because they are anti-people, pro-car. Cul-de-sacs, to me, if you design a subdivision with cul-de-sacs, it should be mandated that there be foot and bike paths connecting them. Make walking convenient.
At any point in time that you observe this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior.
And we're guessing that's part of what the, pay special attention to the center console was about, is we're guessing there's some sort of data contained within the Lexus.
Your lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left again. We didn't know where they were.
My guess, Vince, would be it's about funding. Actually, we're not going to give you federal funding if you design up this way.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempted communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were up front of the house?
It is.
Do you know? Not how you know. Do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
It is still the prosecution, so.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, do you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask it this way, as far as from the first time to the second time, you testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again. Is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And at some points around 1:45 to 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else, was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seat.
Did they make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Your Honor, if at this time with the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury for this witness, exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Already in evidence.
I'd like to have exhibit 71 first. And so, Ms. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button and point at the screen, give what I asked you. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen at exhibit 71, you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence of the snowfall, obviously, is essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, could you, using the latest pointer, show the jury where that is?
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here, so it'd be right there.
And still invite that exhibit 72.
Okay.
Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
So another photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So at this point, it seems the position of the Jeep is inconsistent with other testimony, I think.
Ms. Kelly, if I could have exhibit 73. Can you recognize what's depicted now in exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
That secondary position that you observed the vehicle on is visible in this photograph.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention where about that.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say, give or take right there.
All right, we're getting close. That's good because I'm hungry.
So, sir, when you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather, what if anything had changed between the times that you would look out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving, who else is in the car and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and
Finally, something I can agree with Eddie on. Eddie, sorry. David Eddie.
Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway and then you go, do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes.
And another part of the history lesson, it was the slog through Utah that made Eisenhower decide, yeah, we need a defensive highway system. We need the Autobahn here. Because when he was a young Army officer in like the 1910s or 20s, they traveled cross country and basically got stuck in like the Salt Flats-ish area, just mud mires and bogs. And he's like, yeah, highway would really be nice.
I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit.
Pretty much, since, they're not supposed to try the case in the media. They're supposed to try it in the court. And so the prosecution hasn't, been releasing stuff to the media. So
Do you recall anything you had to clear off the car, windshield wipers on or anything like that? Weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. My wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
As a good driver
Fair to say
would.
You didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your 4 daughters, including Natalie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrived in the house, you and your wife, where
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time as you?
Yeah, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as well, when you fell asleep, was your wife still?
And it was John O'Keefe's dead body in the bed, only to be dumped out of the bed 3 hours later. Probably not.
Awake, or had she already fallen?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and she said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team, so we talked a little bit about that, and then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to
roundabouts are great if people know how to use them and signal through them. For safety, roundabouts are actually much better than intersections, because if you get in an accident in a roundabout, it's, you know, bumping fenders as opposed to a T-bone. So roundabouts, if other drivers know how to use them as well as yourself, they're much, much safer, much better.
the morning of the 29th. Yes, the morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall? So what woke you up that morning?
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Screams in the bedroom. Probably a phone call from Karen Reed to Jen McCabe. And that's also true. But you do that in an intersection and it kills all the traffic too, because they close the intersection. Let's see. And I think that means we're done. I think we're not going to kill the stream yet, because I think Karen makes an awfully deranged face, and we'll stay for that because we're petty. But you know.
So we will send you home. Please make sure you follow those 3 cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's the full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
Mr. Cameron.
Yeah, I do think the mini roundabout is somewhat of a crime. Just because they're not as noticeable. But a full-size roundabout, to me, is a vast improvement. Let's say have a 5-way stop or some odd configuration. There's down the street from me, there's a intersection that the traffic pattern, it needs a roundabout just because the traffic patterns don't work with the way it's set up now. And yeah, but I'm gonna mute that just so that we can see if she does make the funny face. So we are still pretty much in the holding pattern. No real new evidence today, but once again, we still need to hear from everyone so that we can't have the conspiracy that oh, you didn't have this witness testify because conspiracy. So even if it's just reinforcing prior testimony, I get why Lolly is calling everyone that was there that night. Jackson was trying to insinuate, it's a cover up. Trooper Proctor didn't investigate every single person that was in Canton that night. Therefore, conspiracy. Therefore, Karen's innocent and Colin did it. And so, even though Trooper Proctor didn't think he needed to interview everyone initially because there wasn't a conspiracy yet, and he didn't have any evidence leading him to think he needed to interview them, Lolly knows better now since the conspiracy has been alleged. So he's defusing the conspiracy before it can get out of hand. It makes perfect sense. It's boring, but get it all out of the way, build a solid foundation, and then prove guilt. I absolutely believe that's his strategy. That's what he's thinking. At least based on what he's done, I think that's what he's thinking. And it's just like the article I read at the very beginning from the Boston-based defense attorney, that observations of the actual trial and Twitter about the trial are completely different. But, apparently I'm just a clown that hasn't seen the evidence, according to that last moron that came in. But that's exactly the point. I haven't seen the evidence yet. I can only go off of the evidence I've seen. And anyone who is not doing that, I think, is doing a disservice to the legal profession. So, and that's it. As I said, I went into the Depp Heard trial, well, number one, not really caring about it, which was a big mistake on my part, because you see what happened to everyone who did stream that trial. Law and Lumber started his channel because of that trial, and look where he is compared to me. But I went in not caring, and halfway through, I'm like, oh shit, I messed up, but didn't want to start mid-trial. I went in thinking, I was ambivalent, but leaning towards Amber. I came out, still thinking Johnny's a flawed human being, but Amber Heard is Amber Turd. I can absolutely be convinced of anything on either side on this case with evidence. And I would hope everyone else agrees. Everyone else feels the same way. Clearly, that's not the case with many people, but oh well. So, that being said, reminder, I will not be streaming tomorrow. My mom needs my help, so I will watch, but not stream. I will watch, so I'll be fully up to date when I see you all on Monday for a full day of trial. So enjoy wherever you watch it tomorrow. Have a great weekend, and I will see you bright and early Monday afternoon. So thanks for joining me. Do all the YouTube things, like, share, subscribe, bribe your friends and family to do the same, and bye-bye.